Gwelyraeth. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. How's it going?
Hello.
As I just settle on in.
Hello.
That's many hellos.
Hello.
And more hellos. Yeah, who do I see? Core Vocation, Sin, Crazier Insane. Welcome. Good luck. Thank you. 6-5. Thank you for the resub. 22 months. It's many, many months. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Will arrive indeed. Aqualux, hey. Astral Haiti, Hattie. Crusher Hole, Kieran, Wisp, hey. How's it going? Yeah, so I started the stream up normally and then loaded Steam and saw there was actually a major update note for Satisfactory, for Potion Factory. So it looks like they added a sandbox mode, which would be nice to just play around with for a bit, perhaps, so you can get an idea for all of the available options. Because one thing I wanted was to have access to some of the construction stuff earlier on, so you can make plans instead of being surprised by what becomes available later on. We'll go over there and we'll have a look. My voice seems a bit croaky today for some reason. I don't know why. It feels okay. Maybe that will just loosen up a bit as I keep talking. I did just hydrate, so we'll see how that goes. All right. Yeah, that text will be a bit small on screen, but you can't zoom in the Steam client, I don't think. Hey. And another resub. A tier 2 at that.
Squill dance.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Hipako. Keeping up that tier 2 sub. As always, it's never expected. It's just always appreciated. And Astral Hattie, hey. Yeah, welcome on in. But yeah, Hipako, I hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying things. The emotes, the lack of ads. Lack of ad on pre-roll, I should say. And Montbach, hey, how's it going? Potion Factory, yeah. Have you tried this yet? I know you've enjoyed your Factorio from time to time. But yeah, I was just going to have a read through the patch notes. Because it's the first update since I started. Not yet, it's on the list. Nice, yeah. I do recommend it. It's definitely like worth the price for me, because I've already spent about 70 hours in it. It's early access, of course, so you run that risk, but plenty of stuff in it already for early access, so yeah. I love reading patch notes, yeah. I do especially love patch notes for games like Caves of Cud and Dwarf Fortress, who both seem... I think the meme is right, that they're competing for the strangest patch notes. Although we don't get them that often for Caves of Cud these days, but it's always a laugh. All right, let me just recalibrate my head tracking a little bit. Might be a bit better. All right, so next patch is live. We have added a sandbox mode in this update. You can select this mode when starting a new game. So we might jump into that and have a look. In fact, I'll load up the game in the background and switch back. Okay. So in sandbox mode, all things are unlocked and you can build without resources. We also added input-output portal and flask for testing production lines. Mode is perfect for blueprint designers or players who want to play Alchemy Factory with no stress. Additionally, this update includes some performance optimizations. We've adjusted our multi-threading strategy by offloading more calculations to background threads. This improves FPS and smoothness of the game thread. Theoretically, players with large factories will see a better performance. Chinese New Year's approaching, so we decided to take a short break. Please understand that responses to all social platforms, etc., etc. Holiday break notice. Alchemy Factory will take part in the Chinese New Year sale 2026 on Steam. Discount will start on February 13th. There you go. It might be even cheaper soon. I wouldn't expect much of a price drop considering it's already fairly cheap, but could save a few bucks.
Hello.
Hapako keeping the Christmas emotes around for another stream. All right. Burning those points. Nice. I was going to say Spooky. Hey, how's it going? Saucy Sorcerer. Spooky, yeah. Viday. Everyone checking in. Yeah, upcoming plans, more performance and quality of life optimizations based on players' feedback, add more interesting structures and recipes, character shrinking machine. There you go. We are working on it. So I think someone mentioned that last stream, right? They were thinking of doing something like that. Factory alert sound, yeah. Particularly if you're actually playing Factorio. I got a few in there like that. I did have satisfactory power outage sound, but it was a bit harsh, so I've paused that one for now. And the Oxygen not included one, I just got completely desensitized to. I think because I got so used to mistreating the dupes that it didn't really matter. Yeah, performance optimizations. I wonder if they were able to fit in like capturing the mouse properly and not muting and stuff like that. I don't see it mentioned there. Just the graphics to support disabling smoke effects. Yeah. Sandbox mode, resources directly from catalog, input output. Yep, unlocked all things. Yep. Placeable flower decorations, video tutorial for area select. Reduced construction costs for lab stands and some other structures, all right. Adjusted the stack size for planks, stone, and iron nails to 600. Ooh, nice. That'll save me a bit of inventory space. Fix an issue where the platform or the conveyor lifter would not display. Fix an issue where items and building tool would repeatedly appear on the shortcut bar. All right. That must have been posted only recently because there's not that many reactions to it yet. Promotion deal on. Anyway, there you go. I did play a little bit off stream, not too much. I made the transformation potions to get to the next alchemy level. But I didn't make like a massive production line for that or something. I just wanted to get it done so I could get to the next tier of things. In fact, that is what ends up actually making the transformation potions. Hey, look. TF potions. Where's Harbus? Okay, any new gameplay settings? Why do I have that set to FPS and have VSync on? VSync enable. Usually better just leave it unlimited and leave VSync handle it. Maybe that's a new setting. Audio. It looks like there's no new settings around like muting audio, unfortunately. Unless it just happens. Let's try turning music on. I'll pause mine momentarily. Nope, it mutes. Or although I did change a setting in my mouse without borders to not lose focus when I mouse out of the game, but the mouse still is not captured properly. I'm currently mousing around on my second computer right now, so at least I can now hit a keyboard shortcut to lock the mouse from switching with mouse between borders. So yeah. Well, maybe we'll listen to the in-game music for a little while. Yeah, we're Harbus, exactly, yeah. I think Harbus enjoys their Factorio games as well, right? Yeah, so any major changes? Not major changes since I last streamed this. So I think I just wrapped up this and made a big old steel mill, which is absolutely overkill. Because I have no idea if I need a full belt of steel. I just wanted to make it. But I plugged it in to a bunch of processes to make these steel gears, which are then being sent down to the shop for sale. So those are in the shop, and that's using the so they're coming down here, over here, and I've got the new setup, the store display setup that I was playing around with. If anyone remembers from previous streams, we're mucking around with hiding the refilling mechanism. So you see these. if I actually grab these steel gears, you see they kind of just appear. And I'll put a bunch back in there. So these are actually being brought down by conveyor and fed to a little catapult that's hidden underneath the shelves, which throws it into the shelves. Yeah, I was showing that last stream. I had it up over here, so I tore that down and moved it over. So yeah. Yeah. I close our partner. Anyway. Thought it said Panther at first. That would just be, I guess, Shadow might be close to that. Although there is a black color as well. There we go. Someone grabbing the gears, grabbing my gears. I added a second checkout counter as well because I noticed a couple of times people were walking around out there and say the text above their head was saying the queue is too long, which seemed kind of bullshit to me because I looked in and there was hardly anyone around. So maybe some visitors have like really low thresholds for queue lengths or something like that. Or it was just done by the time that I got there. But I wanted to see if they would use both checkout counters, and they do. So they'll kind of alternate between them, or maybe pick the one with the shortest queue or something. Muldrum, hey, checking in. So yeah, I redid this a little bit, I think, as well. So the cashiers go straight into a money changer. And yeah, maybe they queue up from a distance as soon as they have all their shopping collected. I think they do, yeah, because I've seen people arrive at the counter first and go into the queue because someone else is approaching from behind. They just happen to start further away. 3 people. I don't think so, because I've had more than that. I've seen, I think, 4 or 5. But I don't know. I might be misremembering. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll leave someone else to math that out, or observe it or something. For now, I'm just adding a second counter. Saucy Sorcerer. Ooh, thank you for the 10-bit potion. It's like my little storage container here to put spare copper in to change up as well. Replace the conveyor up here with a whatchamacallit, catapult, because it seems like the game's really relaxed in terms of throwing things up levels. You think it would be more the other way around, but yeah. So yeah, tidied that up a bit. Let's check the quest actually, now that I can make soap now, because that's part of the transformation potion line. Oh. I don't think I'm actually selling the TF potions yet though. Okay, I can make all that. I cannot make that. So that might be something that we look at today. No, probably not today. Jupiter, which I think making these things and processing them gives you additional upgrade points, which is where the endless upgrade points would come from. But they're also quite expensive looking to make. It's like needs 1,200 planks and 1,800 small gears and 600 pulleys to make one Jupiter. So yeah, I'd be interested in maybe trying to dedicate a whole floor to that. All right, let's just. Well, they really know. They're really targeting a certain audience with their potions, aren't they? So we just completed transformation potions. And the next goal is growth potions. That's going to take some time. But yeah, that's also a fertilizer. No, fuel. No, that's blast potion. I think growth potion is fertilizer. Yeah, it is. Get volume down a touch. Maybe balance out that a bit. Yeah, anyone been playing this themselves? How are things going with your factory? I tried upgrading gloves to... I tried upgrading the first gloves anyway, just to see if the bonus changed type between levels, or if it just keeps increasing the restocking speed. And no, it just seems to just keep increasing the restocking speed, which is kind of pointless. Oh, I can do my inventory upgrade. Well, let's get that, I think. Yeah, had a kind of a unfocused day at work today. It's just felt like I was following up like 4 or 5 different threads at a time. Like threads of work, so it's a bit keep context switching, which just meant I didn't really feel very productive at all today. Whoops, wrong way. So needed a bit of factory. Oh, I'm 1 short, fucker. Hope to play it soon. Nice. Yeah. Oh, we'll back out actually, and we'll get to. I'll do this. We'll back out, and we'll get to the. We'll check out the sandbox mode. And then I'll explain this contraption, because I think it's working at ratio to run this at full time, or maybe not quite. Otherwise, that would be working. Yeah. All right, so something's backed up in there somewhere. So I'll come back to that. It's a pretty complex setup. I don't know if maybe I don't have fertilizer. No, I do. I may have ratioed out something wrong. Anyway. Yeah. Let's get that upgrade. I'm stuck. There we go. Yeah, sound effects feel a little bit quiet. Pop, pop. Now, inventory level 5 needs pocket watches and bronze rivets, which I've not even unlocked yet. Actually, let's kick off some research before I get into something else. So shapers, oh, that's where Jupiter stuff is located. So the sort of stuff we're going to need to get to growth potion, I guess, like copper powder, copper bearing, advanced blender. All right.
Good Lord,
Let's go down the research line there. Oop. Just 1 second. All right. And we're just going to change over to the sandbox mode. So make a new game, sandbox. Zbox. There we go. All right. We'll go let the raid in. Who's this? Prios Fox. Hey, welcome on in. How's it going? Welcome to the lair. We're playing some Potion Factory. which just got a major update to add in a sandbox mode and a few other things. So we're going to check that out. Where am I? It looks like you actually start with a completely blank slate, which is cool. I'll get a shout out in a second. There we go. Playing some Hightail. Nice. Hashtag not Minecraft. Hope your Hightail was hightailing. Factory game's fun. Yeah. This is scratching a good itch. Or is it's a good scratch for an itch. So, sandbox mode. Various exclusive devices are added for use only in sandbox mode. Portal capable of outputting any items. I wonder if you can output portals. The Hightail game. Portal capable of receiving any item inputs. Flask capable of outputting any liquid. A flask capable of receiving any liquid. It still has building costs though, weirdly. Although maybe it just doesn't charge you. Any blueprint related to these devices cannot be used in standard mode. In sandbox mode, you can directly obtain any non-liquid resources listed in the catalog. All right. So close that. All right. But yeah, thanks for the raid, Prios, if you need to do any post-stream self-care and that sort of stuff. So make sure to do that. Raid and run if you need to, but you're more than welcome to hang around. Let's see. Yeah. So do we get charged for this? Nope. Do we get it back? Nope. Good. Gold block. That's right. You can't zoop upwards. Nice. Did a little break before the stream ended. Fair enough. I need a bit of a hydrate. One moment. All right. So Potion Belt level 5 actually not only decreases your sleep timer, it increases your sprinting speed plus 30%. I wonder if they changed the earlier ones as well to add the sprinting speed in, or if that becomes a thing at like level 3 or 4 or something like that. I might have to then get the Potion Belt. Yeah, how... Yeah. Would be nice if they had an option just to enable sprint all the time. Because what I've noticed is that when you... Or maybe I'll just change the keybinds or something like that. When you use shift in any other context, like shift clicking on a thing in your inventory, it toggles your sprint state. So often I'll open up an inventory or a machine or something like that and then go to walk around and I'm like, I have to press shift again. I just want to move quickly all the time. Unsung, hey, Big Back Hater, hey. Level 3 already adds 10%. Ah, okay. So I haven't seen anything past level 1 because I didn't bother. I didn't really want to change how much I slept because I just felt like it would be more valuable to spend less time awake in the game because then you get more quests. If you stay awake for longer, you just burn more fuel. Like if you're going for the finish within 50 days achievement, then of course Potion Belt becomes important. Sprint to toggle and right shift so I couldn't accidentally unsprint. Yeah, I was thinking that. You can just use the bed to end the day. Yeah, true. So hold to sprint is disabled. Yeah, so I do the same thing in Factorio with the Alt key. It's like you switch the Alt key to the other side. It's like every time you just start a new game, you just hit it once and it's set forever. So yeah, let's see if that remains like that. So yeah, good reminder on that. All right, I might just have a quick play with many building structures that I haven't got yet. So I got all these, of course. Oh yeah, you can't zoop floors. So I'll just use the larger ones for this ground level. And I won't bother about roof tiles. But yeah, with ending the day early, it's like I don't really want to have to make my way to the bed, although I suppose I could just make a bed wherever I am and then sleep. But sort of don't really want to think about it. But I guess I'll be going for it anyway because I want that sprinting speed increase. And then I suppose I can just go and find the bed if it's like early in the morning and just sleep if I really feel like I'm burning through fuel unnecessarily. But I think by the time I get that upgrade, then it wouldn't matter. Rude. Yeah, so I think the only structure that I've not actually got yet is these platforms, which actually might come in pretty handy. Can you... I thought they could go higher, maybe. No. So you could rotate them, which does nothing, of course. Change their form. Small, large, in between with corners cut out. But if you click and hold, then it zoops them out. The way it's designed looks like it should maybe telescope. What can you fit on there? It's bigger than it looks actually. It's 5x5 instead of, it's not 4x4. What sort of things can you fit under there? I guess if you use a few like that, you have all that in-between space to use as well. And the tallest things I think are the stone crushers, right? No, you can't fit one of them under there. Although... with a block... where are the blocks? Let's say you can. Or even I forget where everything is now. I'm so used to it being on my hotbar. Should work with them too, right? Yep. Okay. Yeah, so I'll probably have to... yeah, so you can... yeah, nice. But you can't fit them... or you can just fit them in between. With enough room to access the input outputs if you stagger them correctly. Yeah. Although that doesn't tile cleanly, which is not too bad. Actually, if you use the little platform things instead, then you can just you're not actually blocked. Fix it. I'm trying. Weird. It doesn't actually give me an error for that. Ow. Yeah, I won't spend too much time here in the sandbox. I'm just curious, because any time I spend in here playing around with toys that I don't have yet, it's probably better spent getting said toys. Yeah. You can just do that. Or probably better the other way, have the outputs there, because the inputs you may want to use a hopper for. Yep. Or even a purchasing portal, I suppose. Then you could just use the new output portal for it. Have some stone. Although in that setup, at least there's no room for the purchaser, but the hopper rather, for the belt of money. Wait, can you actually output money? Silver coin. Yeah, you can. You can output silver coins. Yeah. What's another tall thing? Cannons aren't that tall. Kiln. Well, that needs to be placed on a heating device anyway. So let's see. It's probably not worth it. The stands, the metal stands can be used for putting things on top of things for a lot of stone furnace items. I think even the I don't think the kiln, but the Athenor can be. Yep. Nope. So that platform at least is the same minimum height as the stone furnaces and tables and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. I think this sort of arrangement is where it might come in quite handy where you want to place some things that are just a little bit too tall, and you also want to maintain their like access for belts. I'm not seeing any new like lower tier looking items. I guess we'll see when we go in. I don't have this stackable crucible yet. So automated heater that transfers heat to the device above it. I guess you're just limited by how much heat the stone furnace can put out, which I don't know if there's a limit for the stone furnace. It might just be based on the fuel. So if I go to the catalog, right? What's that? Meteorite? No. I think where am I up to? Coke powder, heat value. Yeah, let's put a blast potion set in there. And I'll put down the blast furnace. Yeah, I think the only difference between the stone furnace and the blast furnace is sort of a economy of scale thing, where the blast furnace has a consumption rate of 4 PS P per second, but has a surface area that's 5. It's 5 furnaces worth, I think. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. No, not quite. It's like 4 1/3. So it's slightly more efficient, and you can just arrange things easier, I suppose, and get fuel into one thing instead. 4 2/3, yeah. Yeah, 4.66667. What is that? Arcane processor. It's more efficient, isn't it? Slightly. Very, very slightly. And I'm just talking about the overhead consuming speed. Uses 4.6 heat. No, it uses 4 heat and has 4.66 space. Uses the same heat as 4 of the furnaces. So stone furnace is 1 per second, or 1p/s. Blast furnace is 4p/s. And I don't know if they change it. I don't know if they changed it, rather. This is the first time I'm seeing it. Less efficient for floor space. Depends on what you're arranging, I suppose. If you're putting on a bunch of things like that are taking up some individual spaces, yeah, like you might be combining, a couple of kilns or something, and yeah, like a couple of times I've had builds where I just put down 2, so I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I'm guessing the amount of heat that they can give off into the things that are actually on them is not like a limit of the building itself. For what it's worth, you can also buffer up more fuel inside the blast furnace. I don't think that really makes much of a difference. In fact, maybe the blast potion was a bad thing to put in there because that's not going to move much unless it's used heavily. Shame there's not an easy way to test putting... I have to wire up everything in there. Yeah, that's something I can test when I actually get around to having them. Just having a look through and see if there's anything else I'm curious about before we jump back into the sandbox, the non-sandbox mode. Buildings, that is. The size of the jewelry shelf compared to other things. All right. What else? Oh yeah, the floral decoration is new. For what it's worth. Switch form. You got 3 varieties. Weird that the blast furnace doesn't seem to have a burning indicator on it, unless it only has that once something's actually cooking on it. There we go. Cook some flowers. Decorate your blast furnace. Other floral decoration, smaller pots. Oh, another one. Okay, even smaller. I thought that was some advanced item for later. I don't know why I thought that. Probably because I was looking at these the planet name ones, or god name ones. I don't know. Yeah. Celestial body named ones. What do they cost? Stone and flowers from somewhere. I guess you might have to grow them yourself, maybe. Are they flower seeds? Herbs. Oh, it's chamomile. That's not cheap. At least the seeds aren't cheap, but I suppose you're then just going to use the automated one, so you don't have to constantly buy seeds. Enhanced grinder. More efficient grinder working at twice the speed of a regular one. Okay, it takes up 3 times the space. Still stackable though. So it's a 1x3 instead of, say, two side by side, which would maybe save you a bit of belt space, or just the fact that you might be able to output, because there's output directly into it. Because there's been quite a few things that I've built now that have gone out of one other building into two grinders, but I'd say it's been more common that it's gone out of one and into three. It's a bit weird that that's twice the speed instead of 3 times the speed, but okay. Cauldron. Traditional alchemy device that takes any 3 materials and refines them into one unknown material. Some old alchemists still insist on using it. 1, 2, 3. I wonder if that's... what's it made of? Bronze, I think? I wonder if that's random or it's just like recipes that you have to discover by throwing things in, and then once you find them, they are consistent. Knowledge altar. Yeah, I think that's where relics go into, right? Yeah, withdraw alchemy knowledge automatically from relics and upgrade knowledge level with 1 conveyor belt input. Paradox crucible. Passive heating device that can refine any material into oblivion essence. Interesting. And a refiner. Automated refining device with conveyor. Yeah. Yeah. COG, hey? Thermal extractor. With added heating module, the higher up it's built, greater its output. Height 1. Now is that relative to the heating surface? Hang on. Height 4. Height 4. No, okay, it's height in game world height, which is interesting. I guess it's a simulation of a pressure thing. Well, production multiplier 0.8. 0.8%. Yeah, so building it that low actually reduces its output. Height 4 adds 3% to its outputs, and height 7, 5.5%. I wonder if that's linear or if it has like a diminishing returns drop off. I guess we shall see. Papa Links, hey, how's it going? Alembic. 1 conveyor, yeah. Ethanol we already know. Advanced blender. Advanced alembic.
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Hey, we got a raid. It's Luli. Hey, how's it going, Luli? I'll get a shout out for you in a second. Who's here? Brigal Bird. I'm Rellery. Luli themselves. Teacup Angel. Real Time. Or you run at the door? Yeah, yeah. Didn't you mention you checked out the behind the scenes? Or maybe not that much of it. Vitalina, hey. Yeah, welcome on in, everyone. My name's Gwillem. Welcome to the lair. We're playing some Alchemy Factory. I can show you my desk as well, which you may have seen anyway. Yeah. Get a shout out for you. Rainbow Rat Art, hey. There we go. Doing some art, of course, yeah. It was just fun seeing it live. All right, fair enough. Yeah. Hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so anyone from my place that doesn't know Luli Live, go check them out because they've got a really intricate, like, custom setup of their own. Like they're big into like highly detailed face and body and hand tracking and all that sort of stuff. It's actually really impressive. So I kind of both want and don't want this setup. It's like I want the results for myself, but I don't want to wear all the wearables that it involves. I'm currently making do with just a webcam for like head and eye position tracking, and that's it. But yeah, if this sort of like out of the usual streaming setups interest you, yeah, definitely go check out Luli. Labor of love, to be sure. Yeah, and thanks for the follow. But yeah, when a raid comes in, so yeah, you're doing some textures for your model's face, right? Yeah, I think I caught a bit of that last time. You were wanting to decrunch your face textures in particular. It's really simple for me. One, I didn't make my model, and it's low poly design, so most everything is just colored by like matching up with the vertexes anyway. So I think there's very, very few. I think, yeah, there's no actual like detailed texture work or anything. It's mostly, I think it's just, last time I looked at the texture, I think it was just mapping, like UV mapping to an atlas, a palette atlas. Thank you for the follow, yeah. Zari Underpaw checking in. But yeah, Luli, if it's late for you and you need to raid and run, of course, feel free to. Yeah, you're more than welcome to hang around, but if you need to head off, do post-stream self-care, I more than understand as well. Love the low poly look of your model, shapes and of color that the lighting brings out. So pretty and satisfying. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Also, do I... yeah, so I previously I had like a full lighting setup like this, and but I think last Halloween I turned the house lights off and instead put a torchlight in front of my face, low angle, to be like, telling story around a campfire kind of look, and it's just kind of stuck. So I think that's my new look for now, because it works. Some people have called it cozy. Some people have called it a bit spooky, but spooky cozy. And what I like about it, I think, is that it provides some contrast that I didn't have before. So I think it was all a little bit bland before with the house lights on, and depending on the color, it was sometimes a bit hard to differentiate between me and the background. Who needs overhead lighting? It was more that like there's big spotlights up on the wall behind the camera, that's providing big room light, but there's also like a front light from the camera itself to highlight me. But anyway, yeah. I mean, most people would say never lit from underneath either. prefer overhead, and like a behind for room lighting. What was I going to say? I was going to say something else then. Oh yeah, the other option for contrast for me was if someone wants to use the glitch color redeem. One of the unique aspects, the fact that I've got the game texture projected onto the wall here, means I've got access to it in Unity for other things. So we'll see if someone's going to use that color change redeem to go glitch mode. Most people ain't dragons. Yeah.
I am a great magician.
Yep. My clothes are now glitched. Where the game texture's just now on me. I'm now like active camouflage, basically, which some games it works extremely well for with like a lot of high contrasty colors. It's nighttime in this at the moment, but maybe I can put a bed down. There we go. And I can't end today because it's 6 a.m. Well, maybe we can catch the sunrise on me. There we go. Yeah, Magna Hey, cheers. Yeah, so the game we're playing is called Alchemy Factory. If you know games like Factorio or Satisfactory, it's similar to that, with a mix of like pick a storefront, like a management game, because you can set up your potion selling business and automatically like reload. See, we're getting sunrise on me now. Yeah. Automatically reload all the shells and automatically take money and that sort of stuff. So we're just sitting in sandbox mode at the moment, just playing around because that's new. That's an update today, sandbox mode. Oh yeah, that's. But I think we're done in here now. I just wanted to play around with a couple of things that I don't have access to yet. So let's bail out of there. Let's get out. I'll do a save. Load game. It's too hot. Started this game in the middle of a heat wave. Yeah, I'm just going to save 0. This game does have multiplayer support. I haven't tried it, but it has it. And this is my place. Someone's complaining that there's no soap. All right, well, soap's not on the menu, so I don't know why you're complaining. There's my automatic cash register set up. It's part of the game. There's no soap. Get out of here. I'm actually making soap, so maybe I can... I don't know. I'll think about it. Go out and have a look. So yeah, your little factory and shop starts out as a little plot of land here. You can buy neighboring ones and all the way out there as well, and start expanding out and up. I think you can go as high as you want, but you know, you got to consider travel time and moving items around. Day just started and people already casting forbidden Karen shouts. Yeah. So you see we've got these catapult setups that as soon as someone grabs an item that we got more stock of, they get flung in there like these pieces of glass. They're this place is not exactly safe, but I don't know, this guy's fine. He's got a helmet, but I don't know what the other guy... he's got a helmet too. He's got a coif. No, or is it a hoodie? No, it's a coif. I think that's what it's called, right? Chainmail hoodie, basically. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, all this is old stuff, as you can kind of imagine, just put together haphazardly, and then it's gradually grown out through there, and then I've unlocked enough stuff to then start building structures and floors and walls, be able to remove things. You actually do need to provide support for floors and walls. You go, Loki.
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Go look, be listening to your nice vibe while I do some after stream self-care. No worries. Yeah, thanks, Lily. Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate it. Speaking of raids, we've got another one. I'm going to let him in. Neej. Hey, Neej. How's it going? Yeah, welcome on in, everyone. My name's Gwillem. Welcome to the lair. We're playing Alchemy Factory. It should change my title, I suppose, because we're not looking at the sandbox update anymore. And my colors are a bit bland because they're based on the game view right now. So there we go. Maybe that's better. Give you a shout out. Fluffy, hey, how's it going? What was Neej doing? Lost Legends of Redwall, the Scout. Act 1. Nice. Hope your stream was nice. Pop. Pop. That wasn't me. This game does a lot of popping. Yeah, if you need to do post-stream self-care stuff, Neej, you need to raid and run. No worries whatsoever. But you're also always welcome to hang around. Oh yeah, I changed my sprint button, didn't I? There we go. Yeah, so we were just having a quick look at the factory as we just jumped from here, from sandbox mode. It's a bit dark under here. Maybe I should put some lighting down somewhere. That'll do. Saucy sauce for a poppin'. Many pops. Just go to raid and get some sleep. Have a good stream. Oh, no worries, Need. Yeah. Hope you had a good stream as well. Thank you. Really appreciate it. So yeah, I was doing some exploration shenanigans a couple of streams ago to try and figure out how much I can encroach on the other blocks of land without actually buying them. So we ended up with this monstrosity and eventually hit what seems to be a horizontal limit out there. So I just called it at that. Although that was before I had access to these steel supports, steel reinforced pillars. So maybe it's more possible. Don't ellipsis me. Yeah, I decided this wasn't really worth it unless you're going for the achievements for, well, it stops music when I tab out, but there's an achievement for completing the game without buying any plots of land at all. So, I don't know, based on screenshots that I've seen on Steam, it's entirely possible to do that without encroaching, but yeah, if you wanted to, you could just be here and then like sort of bloom out, up and out, you know. What does it look like something that's made at a Sims game? Little Willem shop shack. Yeah, it looks, someone mentioned that it looks a bit like how some like old time buildings were designed with like stone lower floors with smaller footprints so that they paid less tax, and then the upper floors expanded out on that. Not to that degree, but yeah. This is this feels like more like something out of Discworld. Or like a highly stylized building drawing out of something like Day of the Tentacle or a Monkey Island, modern Monkey Island game or something like that, and then built to try and match the shape in 3D with all proportions intact. Yeah, so this second floor doesn't have anything to it. I wanted to keep it bare so that I can use it to route around things that are going to be sold. And that's the first thing that we're doing here, which is these steel gears from a little steel mill that we have upstairs. As well as a little buffer chest for money intake from the store. Bouncy mushrooms. Then we have actual productive factory floor. The start of anyway. A fuel production, which is currently coke powder. And my equivalent of a main bus, from anyone that knows that sort of stuff from Factorio, using catapults and tables. Stackable tables. You can add layers here for concurrency and do splitting, merging. You've got your usual splitters, priority mergers, vertical like conveyors, platforms to overlap belts on each other. The belts are everything's grid based, so if you're really pedantic about how things align, this game works really well, as opposed to Satisfactory, where it can sometimes be a bit of a headache. You can even just copy things like that. No need to have bots or blueprint buildings. You can save them as blueprints. Just use them whenever. Actually, you can bulk delete as well. I just don't know why I just clicked them all individually. So Magic Alchemy Shop needs to have some barely Euclidean geometry. It's good for the brand. Yeah. Yep, picnic table bus. Regular engineers can only dream of that. They are basically picnic tables. There was an item that I got coming up that maybe might make that a bit easier. Like, I actually didn't check that. I should have checked that in the sandbox. But maybe we'll just get to it instead. Yeah, this thing here, this reinforced platform, which I think was 3 high. So yeah, it might actually be better choice than a table for this, because I'll have less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's 1 tile more, less deep, which would be good. Damn it! So many pops. So let's make our way to that. Actually, let's see. We need to get bronze rivets, which I'm not sure if I've actually got bronze. Maybe that will unlock with researching bronze rivets. Is that it? No, copper, bronze. There we go. Impure copper powder in a crucible makes bronze. Although that doesn't sound right, unless that's already a mixture of something. Because usually it's what, copper and tin. Weird. So impure copper powder is made from iron sand and soap powder, which makes 50-50 copper powder and impure copper powder. Oh, right. Okay. Yep. So copper powder pure can be made from just copper ingots on their own. So to deliberately get bronze, or rather to deliberately get the impure copper powder that you need to make bronze, you have to make it through iron sand and soap powder. It's interesting. Yeah, the way you get copper bronze is proper alchemy. True, we are in an alchemy game. I shouldn't question things. Clay powder. Yeah, we are a potion seller. The goods that we actually sell are a bit beyond that. So it's like, potion seller, I'm going into battle. I need your finest large wooden gears. I need your finest brick. Your strongest brick to throw. But yeah, there are potions in there. A side note, making salt without using salt rock is a pain. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not up to there yet. So I've yet to research that. Oh, this is the blast furnace. I can just research that now. Let's do that. Though I think I need... Oh, no, just bricks for it. Okay. Floral decoration. I think I'll pass on spending any time or money on that. Let's queue up bronze rivets. I can actually just print my own money. I can do that now. I don't know if that costs more than the input, but you can make copper ingots and just transform them into copper coins. Imagine your strongest brick be refunded back by the rogue who completed the castle heist using nothing but it. Castle heist? As in, like, someone bought my strongest brick and used it to smash a window to get in and steal my stuff. Am I understanding you correctly? Is that a threat? I'm not making copper anywhere yet, am I? Copper. Okay, so copper powder. Right, of course. So yeah, there's iron ore, but there's no copper ore. So you have to make it in a roundabout way using an athanor, using iron and soap. Okay, right. Hashtag no refunds. No refunds, no returns. I mean, you can return it if you want, but I won't give you a refund. Just return it by putting it down, not throwing it at me, please. It's a close calculation, but with a few upgrades to fuel efficiency, I think you can turn a profit. Yeah, I am preferring fuel and fertilizer efficiency at the moment because I don't want to mess with the efficiency stuff just to keep the calculations simple. Like the display of rates on things. These. Although maybe it shows like the base rate and then plus whatever. I figure the fuel efficiency and fertilizer efficiency will just help me get things up and running by requiring less fuel and less fertilizer. They're up to 50% more efficient at the moment. I don't know, any castle, I guess. Brick be bought back anyway because it's the strongest. All right, so reinforced platform. We'll research also the stackable crucible. And it's funny, you research the copper coin first, and then you research the copper ingots. Hang on. Can you... Does that mean... I was hoping that maybe you could grind down... Maybe you can. Maybe there's something here later that you use to break down the copper coins, transform them into something else that's worth more. Gold coin. We'll see. Or it might just be used in one of those relics. Because the Jupiter relic, which I haven't bothered looking into just yet, needs 1,200 wooden planks, 1,800 small gears, and 600 pulleys. So I'm guessing, so not Saturn. Venus requires all the potions and a liquid there. Looks like sulfuric acid. Damn. Well, we'll come across it eventually. World tree nursery. Damn. Use specially to grow a world tree. Consumes fertilizer. 9 conveyor belt inputs. Holy shit. 9 inputs? Damn. Unless that might just be a direction thing. No, it's all along one side by the looks of it. Moon tier. It's a bit of a sus bottle shape. What's the other one there? Blue one that's also sus looking. I'm blind. I can't see it. Might be underneath something else. Well, doesn't matter. Maybe let's have a look at stuff that I've actually done. Here we go. It's a pocket flask. Yeah, so this big steel production setup, I've actually cut off fuel supply down there just so these aren't all idling, going through fuel. Though now that I've got access to the blast furnace, maybe I need to redesign that, but I won't do that just yet. So I need bronze rivets before I can make those reinforced platforms. The blast furnace just needs brick, I think. Yeah. Yep, so I can make that. Kind of like those tiny conveyors. Yeah. Yeah, they're cool. Yeah, let's see, because this is not working at full speed like it should be. Looks like it's having trouble producing enough gloom spores, which I was getting. So this is expected to back up, I think. I'll step through this design in a moment, but yeah, this is producing the transformation potions, which I'll go and actually, can we sell them? Yeah. I'll go and stick a bunch for sale instead of having them go idle. I don't want to transport them down there just yet. Actually, I should just do that. Because I'm going to be looking at this for a little while, I think. But yeah, let's... Oh, we need over here. Right. Yep. Check for quests. I can do that. I think I just need to grab the stuff. Actually, no, I need to accumulate more pulleys to be able to do that. Soap I should be able to grab. I need to... It's going to be satisfying to clear out all that machinery down there and just make it easier to get upstairs. So... Is soap actually backing up in here? Yeah. I need 180 soap. Okay, maybe I won't. Rallery. Oh, yeah, enjoy your lurk. Yeah, cheers. Alright, well, we'll come back to that. Random quest asking for relics and the fact that those are goods is kind of inconvenient. Yeah. Because I haven't even researched them yet anyway. They just unlock by tier, right? Did it say the value of them there? Price 30 silver. I don't even know if that is worth it. Okay. So this is probably not going to be a permanent line, but let's add a buffer for these. So we just keep accumulating. Although I probably I don't need to accumulate more than 2 stacks, so that'll do. Then my blueprints. I've got my catapults. Oh yeah, have I compressed my inventory now that they increased stack sizes? Nope, there we go. Nice. Carry many more planks and nails now. And what else? You think they would have increased the stack size of like large wooden gears, at least, maybe. Anyway. Yeah, I might send this down here. That's going to collide on that lights. That's there, that to there, that to there. Oh, that's already all wired up. Oh yeah, this is okay. So I don't have a setup for this for potions yet. Might just make something real quick. Yep. Yep. Oh. Ah. Damn it. Shit. Too many mushrooms. Keep forgetting there's one behind me too. Down. All right. Maybe I should just be using stairs. Right. Just wanted to come up here and check that I wasn't going to destroy anything else. It'd be nice if they, when you're selecting things to deconstruct, that it showed an item counter. Because currently, I think you only get an ask for a confirmation if you're deleting a certain amount, like 10 plus. But if it just showed somewhere like on the right, like you currently selected 1, 2, 3, and you're like, 5, 10. It's like, oh, I'm going to deconstruct something more. Then I can see. All right. May as well get rid of that at the same time. Initially, I wanted to use the large tiles just for look, but I'm now finding it's preferable to use the smaller ones for flexibility. Like if I want to poke a hole through something, it's like, well, now I have to get rid of all that. In fact, I might do that now. Sort of gears. Let's replace it through there. I saw that we have, and I haven't actually used this yet. We have, we can actually put belts through walls using a tunnel conveyor. Don't know if it works on, yeah, it works on the pillars as well. if we could get them for the floors, that'd be really nice. Like the floor conveyor, like attachments in Satisfactory. I would happily use an exploit that let me put lifts through the floors. Okay, max width on the catapults. Oh. Okay, people are buying the transformation potions. And I should probably go around and check money on all the things, because I haven't done that for a while. Okay. Does that have anything in it? No. That's just for me to offload any mushrooms, excess mushrooms that end up in my inventory. Oh wow, they went through all the transformation potions. Good day, sir. Just staring at me. I think you're trying to... Yeah, I think this... I've seen the NPCs get a bit stuck on this old roller coaster of items when they go from the old shells over to get something from here. They just stand there. Oh, that's a bit different from when I put a bunch of mushrooms at the entrance and kind of bugged everyone out. Step out of the shop and turn into a different model. Yeah. It doesn't actually say what it's meant to be, is it? It's just... Yeah, healing potion. Does it say it on the research screen? No. Vitality potion. Transformation potion. Growth potion. Blast potion. And other more exotic stuff later. Alright, where's the cabinet? Actually bring that back one. I don't think I'm going to be able to easily do this setup here. Don't think there's anything on top of that either. Oh, good. Although let's try doing the same sort of trick. See if it works for the potion cabinets. Although the horizontal beams will probably not suit the cabinet. They don't call it a cabinet, do they? No. Shelf. Yeah, it's possibly one too short in each direction. But once I know that, maybe I can figure out something else. Yeah. All right. So that's a potential. I guess the question is whether you can get 4 catapults under here. For anyone that doesn't know this game, this is... I mean, you get pretty creative with it. I made my, like, automatic reloading setup here. I just wanted to hide things. I wanted to... Like, you have to load these using catapults. It's kind of silly to me. I wish you could just run belts into these things so I could make it look a bit more like a... kind of like a vending machine. So I ended up putting the catapults that reload it underneath and building on top of that. So there's catapults under there that point at the one behind it because that's a valid angle. So now I'm trying to see if I can do the same thing for the potion shells. I need 2. So this is just a placeholder gap underneath so I can aim at it from the other side. Although that's assuming that I can't just aim straight into the potion shelf from underneath. I don't think there's any front and back to these, is there? Not that it seems to matter. I've seen NPCs come and grab things from the wrong side a few times. Just they'll get anywhere close. Or even from over here, from behind the roller coaster. All right, so yeah, that works. That doesn't. Yeah, these are not going to allow for 4 catapults. And they definitely don't have a belt input anywhere, do they? No. Okay. Wait, can you actually build stuff on top of them? No. You never know in this game. If only you could reduce the height of these. Weird. I could also try putting some shelves back to back. These shelves, wooden shelf. Now let's just put that potion cabinet back on there. Oh, it's not deep enough. Also, you can't fit 4 in there anyway. And I don't yet have the ability to make the... yeah, those reinforced platforms. Whatever they're called. Reinforced platforms. They're the wrong shape anyway. I guess maybe if you were willing to commit to one long space like that, then you could make use of long beams. Because they only need to be supported at either end, but there isn't like a clean ratio for that. Maybe. But I'd like to find ones that work without that, so... that would be one too deep. Maybe? Maybe not. Can those shells go along the side of these things? I don't think so. No. However... yeah, that's invalid angle. Game really likes its little pops. It does, yeah. Oh, speaking of, though you only really notice it once when you're near the storefront. Let's pick up more planks, actually. And nails, since we can carry more of them at once. Pulleys. See if I can grab soap as well. I don't know if I'm going to be able to complete this bulk order in time because I'm not really producing a large amount of soap. There. got 101 soap. I don't know when that bulk order is going to expire. Should show it on the right. 0 days. Okay, yeah, it's already pretty late. Unless I guess we'll do the potion belt research, which I previously skipped. Where's, let me grab them. Some linen and thread, which we aren't selling, so yeah, I don't know how many that needed. And ow. All right. Don't need soap. Oh no. Healing potion. How many was that? Was it 100 of them? I don't know if I have a stock of them. No. Pretty much consume them at the rate that they get bought at. Well, maybe that's enough on the belt. Give him soap. I'm trying. Yeah, this town is a bit smelly. I blame that character over there. Yeah. Yeah, you, just look at that fella. That crunchy 10 pixel fella. Come on, I've been sitting in my storefront for 161 just to serve you. 161 days. So yeah, it's true. He's been standing there day and night. And now I don't even go out there. I'm saying I'm just shy of this. Maybe. Oh no, there we go. Yeah, so potion level 3 gives the sprinting speed. It's 100 vitality potion, I should have guessed. Which, yeah, we are not making that many of that. No. Anyway, let's see how much soap we have accumulated now. Yep. Ow. Yep. Yoink. 124. Well, I'll find a use for the soap. Although I could, yeah, if I had more time, I would just simply duplicate this stack here, because this is, like, all this is basically, well, not that. All this is basically an isolated soap powder making machine, but not at full speed, or at least it's not intended to be. It's meant to be producing just enough of this yeast powder. Oh, it's a yeast powder making machine. So that actually goes soap powder into there with fruit wine to make yeast powder, which comes down to feed into the gloom spores, which feeds into the TF potion stuff. Just get rid of that. These cheese blocks in your shop taste terrible. God, they taste like cilantro. Twisted Santa hate. 147. I don't know, with the extra hours, I might make it. I guess while we're waiting to see if that's the case, let's see if I can... nope, well, there's the end of the day. Maybe you wake up earlier instead of going to bed later. Or maybe the hour increase doesn't affect the current day or something. So wake up at 6 a.m. roughly. Seems like time still goes when you're on that screen though. 6:15 a.m. I woke up at. Yeah, that bulk order's gone. Well, submit that one. There was something in here that needed soap. Gloves? Nope. Nope. Oh, I do want the vitality potion though. So I'll accumulate 100 of those so I can upgrade the potion belt. TF the town. Everyone get TF'd. Well, don't need all those pulleys either. Already accumulated another bunch in there, so let's put all them back into that pipeline. Just thinking if there's a way that I can hide that, and I think yeah, there is actually. There's this can simply be this can simply be the front of the cabinet here, and I could block that off if I wanted to, and no, actually, yeah, yeah. Then same deal. I'd have to bring a line down for that, but I don't think there's enough room for 4 conveyors coming down and that actually working. Conveyors in the middle here. Put them up. Sorry, what do you mean by them? Because there's a lot of things I'm looking at. Run the lines under them and up the back. The catapults. Actually, yeah, they might. Because these wooden shells are a little bit weird with their collisions sometimes. Because I'd rather not lift up the entire thing if I have to be more than 2 tiles high. then I'd rather know. Yeah, see? Yeah. Because I want them consistent height with those. Yeah, the shelf takes up that layer, though not always. I think, oh no, I think it does. Yeah. I mean, I could just only stock 2 items per shelf anyway. Like healing potion, other, because there aren't that many potions, I guess. I guess as a like they're grabbing stuff pretty quickly anyway, so it's probably a good idea to stock up 2. So, or can it sit on a couple of 1x4 6 apart? Sorry, 1x4. What's 1x4? Oh, the beams. Yeah, it's 1x3 and 1x5. All right, yeah. Missile line above. Thank you, ADHD. Does a cabinet require full 4x6 to sit on to be solid? I'm not sure what you mean by solid. Like it needs 2x6, 4x6. But these are like individual blocks here. Yeah, it does. No. Yeah, I haven't seen a building that does that yet. Like even, I think the stands that you'd think would work like that, I don't think they do either. Are they? No. Although I might prove myself wrong now. Oh yeah, they do. That's interesting. That could be useful at some point. But yeah, the cabinets don't seem to work like that though, which is a shame. Although, no, okay. I thought that might have been deleting the shelf as well. But no. So if I get rid of that and try and put it back on there. It's like, no. Shame. Not a bad idea though. I might put this somewhere to remind me that that's a thing that works. This factory, every time I do it, it makes me excellent smug. Membranes, hey. Yeah, I think I might just do with piping down 2 goods. You know, whatever direction that is, because then I can just connect the one line down to 2 catapults. And that works. I hope we get a blueprint flip option sometime in the future. We have rotate, but not flip. Not everything can be flipped, of course, but then, you know, the blueprint tool could say as much. So that goes into there. And hopefully I can target the other one. There we go. That one goes into there. That one to there. That one to there. Right. Neat. Yeah, that's easier. Just rip up the floor. And then I could do that to align the footprints up if I want. Now I want to... This will do, but now I want to change all those individual blocks for these instead so that they match in color. And then I have to remove them, which removes the cabinet, which removes all the linking that I just did. It's all right. I could do that some other time. Gubrin, hey, how do you power your fuel machines? Magic. No, they power themselves. They just need I think they just need a kickoff. So, at least, yeah. So that they siphon off a little bit for themselves. So my fuel machines output coke powder, so they just when they run that back down there, yeah. So that's an output that snakes along there, and it goes down there. And at first it runs it past the furnace inputs, and then it comes out here. So that's run past the furnace inputs and out. Of course, you just need to then hand insert any kind of fuel, like a log, something, anything, a bit of plank, just to kickstart the process to actually get the crucibles going, and then, yeah. Grinding something you don't have yet? Yeah, maybe. Anyway, it's going from coal. If you have coal, then you probably have all this. Yeah, crushing down the coal ore to get crushed coal, and through the crucible to get coke, and then grinding the coke to get coke powder. That's the most efficient, or the most dense fuel that I have access to at the moment. I don't know when you get that. Probably level 4 or 5. There we go. Level 5 coke. What was I in the middle of? Oh yeah, potion selling. Yeah, no problem. I'm trying to be a potion seller. Okay, I'll leave that open. Let's grab that. I'm glad they put in lock Z-axis. Now, will that line up with there? No, that needs to... It needs to go out one. I can't see if the other one's lined up. Let's see. That's fine. I think that is. Whether it's actually connected or not is another question, but well, if it wasn't, then it should be now. Sometimes I find that these conveyor belts don't always reconnect properly when you paste stuff like that, so I just want to make sure. So that's fine. And so is that. If they're not connected up there properly, then it's going to be easy to tell. Down one floor, actually. This was a new one, I think. How convenient. Down they come. Alright. They should just appear here. Or both of these shelves. Yep. Kind of looks like someone's just pushing them up there from behind. Like, whoop. I much prefer that than having them fly across the room from somewhere. Yeah, the man in the vending machine started the shift. Yeah, we actually have like a goblin or a little kobold that lives just in that cupboard just underneath. This reach up. Whoop. And the other ones will be for something else later. So I need those transformation potions for the potion belts so I can start sprinting faster. Alright, refresh my inventory of nails and such. Anything temporary over here I want to clean up? Yeah, let's get rid of this. Which maybe I should have done that before I went to grab new inventory refresh. Oops. Eh. Oh. Day 162. Oh yeah, I'll go around and check for money needing to be reloaded. Because there's plenty of stuff down here that I'm not belting money to yet. So just top up a bunch of stuff down here. It's getting fairly rare that I actually need to do this, but yeah. Do it I still need to for now. They weren't always the vending machine kobold, but then they taken it. Wait, they weren't always the vending machine kobold, but they take an occasional TF potion as payment. And now they are. I should tear down that. Actually, there, going up to the first floor, because it's I think it's making charcoal for fuel from an old setup, and I could just pull over fuel instead. And I think that wood's going through to there. Okay, I changed my mind. I'll just wait until I can fucking delete all of it. Well, I can't make turquoise, so that's not happening. Guess I'll throw soap on for sale. Given this place is so stinky. Wait, I'm not trying to accumulate that for something, am I? Gloves. No. I am not purchasing the glove upgrades, even though it would make what I'm doing right now slightly faster. I just don't intend to be doing this very frequently. I'll yoink those vitality potions. We've got 66. Alright, a little bit of money over here. Oh, I do actually use a little storage box here for this. Put in like 100 coins at a time. Oh yeah, this is actually... This whole belt's running low on fungus, on rotten logs. Let's put another one in there. And I know where all these purchasing portals are. Oh yeah, let's change my stream title back since we're not looking at this sandbox anymore. So original title was toss a coin to your purchasing portal. And that is updated. I am tossing many coins to my purchasing portals. But I think that's it. Mouse, please. This one. I can't remember how much I put in that, so I'll just put a 75. Well, that'll last a while. I know I've got like another 1,200 silver banked up. No, that's fine. Let's see if we can figure out why this... Yep. I'll figure out a better way to do this at some point. Yeah, we'll figure out why this is not producing... not powering the assembler at full speed. It should be. Is it still running at all? It's backed up now. Yeah, I may have ratioed out the reuse of the wooden planks here incorrectly. Because it seems to back up on one or the other. And then looks like it's all just clogged now on... on that. I suppose I should have... Because it's like 4 different components to this that I put together separately. And then sort of compressed them all together. I worked backwards from the assembler here, so I probably should have left them separate and then just wired them together. The shrink feature, yeah, did you see the update? They're working on it. So, yeah, character shrinking machine, we are working on it. It's in the patch notes today. Along with a sandbox mode to play with. Which maybe I could play around with this as a blueprint in the sandbox mode. We'll see. I'd rather let the factory run so we accumulate monies. Yeah, so this is quite a complex set of transformations that's going on to make a transformation potion. The coke powder is relatively easy. You could just power that just from coal, but the creation of the gloom spores ties ultimately back to table saws, we'll do in a sec, that process the rotten logs to produce the gloom fungus with planks as a byproduct. So you could then just discard those planks, but ideally, I suppose, you would use those planks byproducts to actually create coke powder. Because you can go... so coke powder is made from coke. You can make coke from charcoal powder, which comes from charcoal, which comes from planks. And I'll have a drink. Might also just... I'll need to take a quick break. I've been going for 2.5 hours anyway. So maybe we'll take a quick break and come back to this. Yep, let's do that. I'll save the game. I'll let it run. It's not like there's anything crazy that's going to happen. It's just time's going to pass. So I'll do this. I'll BRB. Although I don't really like getting shop noises while I'm away, so maybe I'll just turn the effects down just to leave the music going. All right. I'll step away for like a few minutes. There'll be no ads, but if you need to do anything, now's going to be a good chance to. All right. Back soon. Blip. Out. Get a better view for this. Although it's not working at the moment anyway, but yep. It seems to be producing something. It's still throwing fertilizer in there. All right, back soon. welcome back. Yeah, I noticed the fertilizer still being thrown in here occasionally, which is odd. That's being consumed when everything's backed up in there. Although maybe it's because I keep skimming soap off here. Maybe, but also wondering, maybe have I accidentally thrown fertilizer into fuel? I don't think you can. Interesting that's... Oh, that furnace is out. Huh. Okay. Yeah, so I think I may have mathed out the usage of the wooden planks wrong in here. So let's have a step through it. Let's see if we can't figure out what's wrong. Preferably without tearing it apart. So I'll explain what I've put together, mainly so that I can remember what the hell I did. Okay, so I guess we'll first focus on the... It's weird because the lines are sort of connected. Copy of the machine. I don't know if I have the inventory to actually reproduce it, but let's see. Not far off. Just need more rope and stone. It's probably a good idea to at least make a blueprint of that, right? Was it? Yeah. I say maybe because it's maybe not working. So while I won't have to necessarily recreate it, yeah, let's do that. Let's try it. It's not a terrible idea. I'm glad I thought of it. I think I just underestimated how much stuff that I had, because they just increased stack sizes as part of the update as well for some things. I guess while I'm down here, I'll overstock on a few things that's probably going to consume. Seventh Guardian, hey. Yeah. How's things? Let's just skip that. Let's top up myself on the vitality potions. Have I got 100 yet? No. Getting close though. Before I go upstairs, I suppose I should check and see if I can actually build the thing. Oh, right. Right. up there. There. And if I do actually want to fire this thing off, I can just hand feed it. Many of these buildings won't have rates showing though, because they're not processing anything. Many of the grinders and extractors. So yeah, I might have to start over here anyway. I guess I'll work backwards. I'll try working backwards from the coke powder, because that's what I made first anyway. Leaving for doctor's appointments. Yeah. Kind of nervous since they're going to knock you out for it. Oh no. I understand the nerves. You'll. I'm sure it will be just fine. But nerves are certainly understandable. All right, so this thing wants 20 coke powder per minute, which, yeah, would be relatively easy to make directly from just coal. So if you want to simplify things, yeah, just coal crusher will produce 20 coal per minute, which you can consume through 2 crucibles to produce 20 coke per minute combined, through 4 grinders to produce 20 coke powder per minute. And there it is, going in there. But it's that there for me is a secondary input. It's going through this priority merger, and there's meant to be other stuff coming in through there. The fact that this stone furnace is out of fuel might be the only reason why this is stopping, because I should be throwing in fuel right there. Or have I got my lines crossed, or am I not bringing in fuel at all? Oh no, there we go. That's coke. So what's that? That's nothing. This is not going anywhere. So how are you getting fuel? Something's been topping this up, and I'm wondering what broke that. That's money. That's why I'm kind of worried that I've been accidentally throwing fertilizer into the fuel inputs. But then if that was the case, I'd see it here. Let's shed a little light on the situation. Maybe if we can. It's a shame you can't put that on there. That'll do. Yeah, so that seems fine, unless that's just not connected. Like this. There's coke powder sitting in there. I can see it. That's down from there. That should be rising up in there. There's coke powder waiting to go into there. Where the hell is this coming from? There's no connection on this. So this, I think maybe I just did not hook up the fuel throwers at all, because that's out too. But I've been away for, I guess, there was probably just enough sitting in the buffers of this here to keep this one specifically powered up. Really like how you build your machines going up instead of out. Yeah. Yeah, cheers. This one came together particularly well, and I'll step through it once I figured this out. But yeah, let's get this fuel line hooked up. Which shouldn't be too hard. Hoppers there. Another hopper there. And maybe it's because, yeah, here. I ended up having to shuffle things around a bit after it was all made, because I realized that this I'll get rid of that. This furnace here was facing that way, and I'd like squished the assembler in there at the very last thing, and it's like, oh, that was all great. And then I realized I just couldn't get access to the front of the furnace in there, so I hackily put on like another hopper there, which is fine. It's not like I'm spending a great amount of resources to actually make that happen. So the angles might just be a bit tight. So we need one there, and I think up along here. Right. Yeah, and this was just like version 1 of this machine. Invalid angle. Oh well. I was hoping for 3 catapults in a row there. Maybe that will work for down here. No. That work for there? No. But I can at least squish the hopper in there, although that might not work now. No, it does. Okay. And then I'll resist the temptation to hand load some fuel into that, because there comes some coke powder. Okay, so that should set off the what's the word I'm thinking of? The crucibles for making the charcoal again. And this one as well, hopefully, yes. Although their outputs are already clogged. Some broken belts there. That wouldn't help. So maybe I did end up mathing all this right, and it's just we faced a few technicalities. There's a bit of open space here, which could maybe be utilized a bit better. So yeah, even though this machine is actually producing its own charcoal and coke, it doesn't fuel itself on that. It might be able to, but I only ever want to fuel from fuel that I'm making over there. We've got a bag of stuff there. Damn it, I should just press G on that. Yeast powder. What is yeast powder doing there? All right. think that's doing it. Although there was stuff backed up on the belts, so who knows if that's going to remain that way. But as long as this is actually moving, I think this is the part that most easily backs up. Because if you get clogged up on the wooden planks here, then you stop producing the mushrooms that are required. So as long as these table saws are mostly working full speed, although they don't need to, because there's a bit of some odd ratios going on here. Yeah, so these yeah, we'll ignore this stuff for now. The very beginning of all this is these table saws producing the rotten logs. But before going too far, understanding this design requires first knowing how I work backwards from here, which is, so I only really wanted to produce this at this rate, 10 per minute, which means I only needed to match these inputs of 20 and 10 a minute. But if we go to, yeah, this assembler that's producing the gloom spore, those assemblers are capable of producing 15 a minute. So there's a bit of awkward math involved to divide everything, like make everything 2/3 of that. Or you just got to keep an eye on ratios as you go ahead. So this machine will actually only run at 2/3 capacity. Now you could, I suppose, go the other way. Like you could scale things up so you're sort of everything's hinging on this rate. Then you'd need to like have 2 of these assemblers to output 30, and then consume. I have 3 of these assemblers consuming that 30, but then that complicates everything else. So I thought I'll just make it all designed on the output ratio of this assembler, because it's just going to further complicate all that. And I doubt that we'll need much more than 10 per minute until much later, if at all. So yeah, pretty much like everything before this, they're all running at basically 2/3 capacity, or something's like overbuilt because they don't line up cleanly with that ratio. But a lot of stuff actually coincidentally does, which I'm sure is not pure coincidence. Of course, it's deliberate design on their behalf. Yeah, so really what this is 20 per minute of gloom fungus and 10 per minute of yeast powder. Speaking of which, I've got 20 on me now. Yeah, whatever. So yeah, the easiest thing to look at next before that is what's producing the gloom fungus, because that just comes directly from raw material. So we have 4 table saws under there, because that's 6 each. 6, 12, 18, 24. Unfortunately, there's no cleaner ratio for that. It's either 18 or 24. 18 is going to starve everything else. 24 just means that those table saws will only run at 20 out of 24, whatever that is. So yeah, then there's just a complexity after that point, because the gloom fungus is trivial, right? It's going to make 12 per second on each side, but it's going to be limited by, it's going to bottleneck. So it's more like It's 5. It's 5 per minute on each one instead of 6. So 10 per minute of each on each side, but that's all mixed in with the planks. So it brings them up here. They're just mirrored. I couldn't figure out a nice compact way of merging those belts and lifting them up at the same time from both sides. So I just went with this. They both sort of go out and get split there and fan around. So the gloom fungus is going out the top there, through that little row over there, and then down there and merging. And that just goes around into the assembler. Nice and neat. Is this still running? Yep. So we might actually be producing slightly more of everything. I guess maybe that's from things being stacked up. So that just represents a buffer. Maybe we won't go above that 10 number there. I say as it hits 11. Anyway. So then you have the choice of either discarding the wood side product here or consuming it in the process itself, because the final product requires the coke powder. So yeah, you can go from, I guess the easiest would be, of course, to just discard it, right? You wouldn't need to think about it then, just throw it into a bin because wood is plenty, but then you'd be spending money on buying stone when you could just be not spending money, buying ore rather. Although note that this still runs occasionally because I am converting the charcoal into everything else here to reuse it, but it doesn't produce 20 per minute. So what's that? What are these producing? So this is probably some easy ratio, but it's getting late. I'm tired and I can't think. 24, 20. Yep. So each of these, I already knew this. Each of these table saws, when you factor in the bottleneck, are producing 20 per minute. So yeah, 20, 40, 60, 80. 80 per minute of byproduct wooden planks. Those make their way out, like the sides, the levels are swapped here on either side. So wooden planks go out there and get lifted up to the top. And these ones go out there, lifted up to the top. You can't combine those together because 80 is too much for one belt. So you got to, in my case anyway, you have to keep them as the old saying goes, you got to keep them separated. They make their way into crucibles that will consume 15 per minute each to produce 15 per minute each of charcoal. So we have a 1-to-1. No matter how many crucibles you use, you just have to use enough. So we're going to get 80 per minute of charcoal. So that means you only really need, 30, 60, 70, 90. No, you do need all 6 of them, right? Yeah, 30, 60, 90. But they'll only run part-time. These will occasionally bottleneck on their output, which is fine. But you need that capacity to be able to handle a throughput of 80. Then it gets a bit weird around here because this is where I was wiring stuff together after producing these separately. So since we're still on like a fitting 40 onto a belt, which yeah, so you could combine like the one of these, I suppose, to make for like a 60 plus 20 instead, but I found it easier just to keep the size even. So charcoal. So, oh yeah, this grinders on the outside, on the end of each of those crucibles. And that's just a 1-to-1 as well. So we're getting 80 per minute charcoal powder, ultimately, after that reuse. That's just getting lifted up and around. That's getting carted out there. And where is that ending up? Jesus. That's... Oh yeah, that's these two... Yeah, they're going into the Athanor. What's that shrink machine? Just trying to tell, like this is, it's lifting up one line. I think that is, okay, so they're both being lifted up one level. To there. Get rid of that. Yeah, right. Just move that light to somewhere. Oh, I'm getting hit in the head by coke powder. I swear it's planted on the officer. Oh yeah, so they're being lifted up one level and just turned around so that they can be fed into... Oh yeah, priority merger. So I just got a bit confused then because I thought, wait, aren't I using the priority mergers for the coke from coal? No, because there's another priority set up in here. So the wood produced charcoal powder is going in as a secondary input to the Athanor at 80 charcoal powder per minute. The Athanor wants 120, but produces coke and then charcoal on a 50-50 ratio. So we do get coke out of it at 10 per minute if that's fully powered, which I think it is not. Yeah, I think every now and then it starves itself. Anyway, maybe not. So we have 80 per minute, so we have a deficit of 40 per minute of charcoal powder. So the coke goes on to be ground down to be used in the final result. Then that 20 per minute output of charcoal from the Athanor gets lifted up here and reground. It says 15, but yeah, it's not running all the time. Reground into an extra 20 per minute of charcoal powder. So we're actually getting 100 per minute charcoal powder, right? Except we might be running it at full time because it was backed up on the belts before. So yeah, I think that's gradually reducing because it's 5 now. I think it was only falling down to 6. If I was to yank that charcoal powder from there, yeah, it's saying like not enough raw material, not enough raw material. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. So we are we're feeding this thing 100 per minute just by feeding the output of itself back to itself. as a priority. So that's the top. So that's going there. Both of those lanes. Although I could have actually, I could have simplified that. I think just back into there, into one of these. Just reduce that. Let's do that. So I may as well simplify the outside one. Yeah. As long as these aren't load bearing in any way. But I can't get rid of that. But that would mean that I could get rid of that priority inserter there, priority merger there. So I'll leave that as is though. Hopefully that's not overloading that belt there. No, it shouldn't be. So we're running 2 inputs on the Athanor. Each side would be balanced at 50-50. So I think I've just moved 10 from one belt to another to make it 60-40. So that should be fine on the output. I'm actually tempted to undo what I did just in case, because this is. We'll see. We'll see. I'm pretty confident with that. Can I actually fall down in here? No. Yeah, so that explains that whole reuse, recycle loop. The other output from the Athanor is the actual coke that we want that gets split because the grinders work at only half rates of all the things. Seems like all the things that produce coke. Coke is difficult to grind, so you need 2 for every output. So I just use a splitter to go up and a merger to go down because I think that's more space efficient than trying to use the belts, at least if you're working vertically. Might have been some, but yeah, even you could squish it up horizontally, but there was space horizontally here to use, so yep. I just left it vertical. So yeah, that gets merged back together. Down through there. You saw some coke powder there. So the coke powder from the recycle process goes in as a priority. And because that's only producing, where are we? Yeah, 10 per minute of coke. So 10 per minute of coke powder. That's only half of the coke powder that we actually need. So then you need the other part of the coke input, which is a fairly basic coal crucible grinder there. And that needs to go in as the secondary priority, just to fill the gaps, so it doesn't clog up all this. Everything in here has to be priorityed correctly so it keeps it flowing. But yeah, grinder goes out at 20 a minute. Crucibles combined, 20 a minute. Grinders all combined, 20 a minute. Could reduce that then, I suppose, because you only need 10. Right, so if we get rid of all this, should still work. So grinder, crusher putting out 20 a minute. But it doesn't matter. Crucible's outputting 10. The grinders are outputting 10 in there. Yep. So it just means that these will run full time instead. The grinders and crucibles, that is, but not the stone crusher. So I'm going to spend a whole stream just explaining one thing instead of building it. But I enjoy it though. I enjoy talking it through. Sometimes I like that. It's like I like sitting here for just quietly zoning out, experimenting with a build, and then coming like to show that how a build came together, you know. So yeah, then there's the yeast powder side of things. Underswap Papyrus official. Hey, how's it going? So yeah, again, this is ratioed down deliberately. So we're not going for 15 a minute, we're going for 10. So the inputs, again, are reduced as well. So we're only after 10 per minute of yeast powder, which is, yeah, it's coming down that elevator there. Is that what they're called? Conveyor lift. Get yeast powder. You cannot get yeast powder. All right, so that goes back to a blender. So everything back here will only run part-time. In fact, there's a little bit of a buffer of soap in there that I can grab every now and then. I'm tempted to make a storage box for that somehow.
I am a great magician.
Yeah, I close that demon. Should go get ready to leave. See you later. Yeah, no worries, Seventh Guardian. Yeah, thanks for being here. Good luck. It will be, yeah, I'm sure it'll be just fine. And I'll have a, just give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, so the blender here, running it part-time, trying to produce 10 per minute of yeast powder, only needs 20 per minute of soap powder and 400 a minute of fruit wine. The grinder's making the soap powder a 1-to-1, so combined they only need 20 per minute, which they are geared to handle. So yeah, these take 10 per minute each. Whereas the blender, actually, there we go. This is where we start seeing some alignment again. It's like this is, wait, why is that? That shouldn't back up then. So if that's only going to consume 20 a minute, and that's producing 20 a minute, then this should not be backing up. So maybe maybe we're not feeding enough fruit wine into this. So 400 a minute fruit wine should be coming from 4 of these extractors. Yeah, there's 4 there. Guess it's just a matter of whether this is producing enough. It should be. Let's see. Need to get up on my virtual tippy toes. It could be that one of these aren't connected properly, but they're full up. One side's not connected, I think. Yeah, okay, nice. Only half of those extractor pipes are actually connected. I must have forgot to reconnect some things here. So these 2 are connected, those to each other, those are each other, and then up. Hey. Nice. I like the pipe stuff in this. It's pretty satisfying. I'm glad you don't need to fiddle with supports for those pipes. Okay. So we are now producing... There we go. It's like doing maintenance on real industrial machine. Yeah. I was like, yeah, they actually should not be backing up in here. All right, so that used powder will go down into there. And maybe that'll make all this make a bit more sense. Or maybe that will break something else. Maybe that'll break, maybe that'll reveal that something's broken somewhere else. Guess we'll soon see. But anyway, we'll keep looking around because I like how this setup all came together. So the blender to produce soap, which honestly I could actually duplicate this on its own, and I'm very, very tempted to produce soap for selling on its own. Maybe I'll do that after I've actually stepped through it. So this is very tightly packed up here. It requires linseed oil, which is from flax. So we're not ratioing down here. We want the 20 a minute. So yeah, 4,000 a minute, which seems like a lot, but actually the extractors get a lot out of flax, so it actually ends up okay. And 60 per minute of plant ash, which comes from sage. So there's the plant ash. The crucibles produce at 20 per minute each, so that's a pretty simple ratio there. It's just arranging all this stuff neatly was an interesting playing around of stacking things and learning that you can put these reinforced stands on top of the nurseries, which was nice. So yeah, they take 60 a minute of sage, which is exactly the output here when advanced fertilizer is used. So yeah, these should be running full time. It might have just now being just sort of uncorked by all this. And that's the plant ash. I'm getting fertilizer in from elsewhere because that's one of the variable inputs that I'll produce somewhere else. I'm just siphoning fertilizer off from the ground floor at the moment. I didn't want to recreate that setup just yet. Then we have the linseed oil, which is getting piped up from down here. So we need 4,000 per minute. These extractors will not match that ratio, unfortunately, but they do 1,500 per minute from 30 per minute inputs of flax. So you need at least 4 of those extractors. Sorry, three of those extractors. Although they won't be running full time. And yeah, so 1500, 3000. What's that? 2 2/3, right? Yeah, 2 2/3. Which means that you need 2 nurseries for flax because they produce 60 per minute each, which is, yeah. We're consuming 80 per minute, I think. Yeah, because this is a reduction, and yeah, kind of not reduction. I think of it in reduction. Just by ignoring the 2 zeros on there. 30 down to 15. So we need 40. We need 40. So yeah, we're consuming 80 per minute of flax. Yeah, so these will run on average. Yeah, 80 per minute, 40 each, 2/3. And that's just the fertilizer in. Just a matter of like organizing the belts and stands the way that you want to power all that. So I like the look of these belts. How they run through these stands and connect together, and then just all the way up to the top into the blender. Then the other side of that was what we already looked at. So there's nothing before that, right? Linseed oil, plain dash, nope. We know the soap powder routes, and the fruit wine is what I just fixed up, which is basically the same deal as the sage. So those extractors do line up ratio-wise. It needs 600 per minute, and these... But we only need 400 per minute to match everything else. So 4 of the extractors require 40 per minute red current total. The nurseries produce 60, so they're not running full time either. And they just take the fertilizer. That's it. That's the whole setup. And you can, yeah, every 6 seconds, new transformation potion gets pooped out. Yep. Gets stocked up in there. 0, 1, 2, oh, hang on. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's timed by the assembler. I like it. Maybe there's some space savings that can be had, but yeah. So I made this in like 3 or 4 different sections. You can kind of see, like, made that plant section first, that stack, and then I made the charcoal. I made the wood and fungus, and it's reusing, and then had to kind of hope that the charcoal and the wood thing could slide together, and they did. And then the plant thing sort of went on the end. You could make this slightly more compact by rotating this plant thing around. Like, I'm not actually going to do it, but confirm, like having it like that instead. It's just a matter of rearranging its outputs a bit on the top, I think. And I don't know, maybe there's even room to put all that on top of here somehow. But yeah. I think anything more dense than it is, it's probably you're getting on the verge of powering multiple of these assemblers, like using the ratio of this gloom spore output instead to go for. Basically, would you be you'd have to triple everything behind this to go from 10 spore a minute to 30, I think, to match up with three of these assemblers. And yeah, I'm not going to copy paste these things 3 times because that would be running everything at 2/3. You're better off redesigning all that. And I definitely had that as a blueprint, right? But I made some changes. Yep. Oh, I can delete that one over there. Yeah, transformation potion. It's 10 a minute, yeah. Bam. 404 objects in there. Bam. Good thing I did the inventory upgrade and that they made things more dense. Not actually did it. Okay. Finally done managing production release that was bugged. Now I can watch Old Man Gwillem in peace. Hey. Yeah, nice. Nickade, hey. Yeah, I just got done explaining this. I was about to say monstrosity, but no, I'm going to give myself credit. This is more like a work of art. Room for improvement, but I've already pruned off things that were excessive, so yes. And it doesn't seem to be clogging up anywhere. Hopefully I'm right about the optimization I did here. This does not seem to be clogging up. Like a musty view, like a legacy code. To a degree, I feel like that's everything in this game because it all kind of looks jank. I could just go for a facade pattern and just build a wall around it and hide it and just watch the money and fuel and fertilizer go in and watch the potions come out and then just forget about it. It's a strangler pattern with walls. It's one of those old room-sized computers, yeah. And I guess that's the aesthetic that they're going for with this game. And I don't think I could use anything that I've been researching to really improve this design unless I go up in scale, like the... let's keep researching things down here. May as well unlock the cauldron, I suppose. I'll just unlock all the raw ingredients that I haven't unlocked yet. Punch card powered, yeah. Bling. Mars. I haven't even started making the bronze rivets yet. Well, while we're waiting on that stuff, I guess let's check some quests, but also I'll make a soap setup. Since we have everything there we need, I just basically need to copy the plant stack there. Sure, let's do that for a little bit of cash. We have Space Age Pack unlocked. Space Age Pack. Right, Mars. Gloves I'm not doing. Not doing that. Oh yeah, keep grabbing vitality potions, except when they don't get them. So, yeah, occasionally we get NPCs just admiring the roller coaster. And it kind of looks like they're grabbing something from it. Yeah, see? They're grabbing stuff from the... yeah, from this shelf here, which... should have... oh no, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I think they're trying to grab these potions. Alright. Let's throw spare soap in here. Anything else spare? Not particularly. Oops. Refresh myself on steel gears, but I'll do that upstairs. Let's grab a few extra nails and wood. Actually, if I probably have enough to build that entire machine, right? Yeah. But I'm only going to rebuild part of it. So let's grab a bit of extra glass, steel, and rope. Where's my glass? Where's my cork? And steel is upstairs. Whoop. Ow. Not there. Yeah. All right, so this... oh, I will need... whatever this is, red currant seed, 2 flax seeds, and a sage. Yep, so I'm right on that. Red currant. First time I've been in that store for a while. You know, using those stairs is easier. Rather than navigating the mushrooms, I should just make a staircase out here. All right, so this needs fuel and fertilizer, but not money. Actually, we don't need the wine, I think. Yeah, if I'm just making soap, I actually don't need the red currant or the blender, but I'll copy that out anyway and then just maybe rearrange it. Or if I just want to make it quickly and move on, yeah, I might do that too. So I guess I'll just kind of mirror this here. A bit more. Let me rearrange this first before doing any rearranging down there. So, yeah. Get my tippy toes in place. Right, yeah. So we don't need the blender because we actually want the soap. Oh, that didn't copy the pipes. I mean, that's okay for that, but did I blueprint them? I did, yeah, because I used the size, I used the area copy for this. But I did not for this. Let's start that again. Yeah, no pipes there left over. Okay. Ow. Yep. Okay, lock that Z-axis. All right. We got pipes. There we go. Can you catapult out the window to the building next door if you own it? Yeah. Those buildings are actually, I don't know if you can reach that far. But yeah, the buildings around the edge, like along that wall, you can't buy. But over here, I could buy those plots of land and catapult between them, maybe. Yeah, minor panic, right, memories? Like I've bought that block there, so I've built a bridge over the road, effectively making a tunnel. But I think you're meant to use cannons rather than catapults because that's too far for a catapult. Here. This is the gap that you would need to cover. And a catapult will only cover a gap of like 17. And that's whatever that is. 30 something. 32. The stairs in this game usable by NPCs. I thought they were, but apparently they're not. I was reading around a little bit on the Steam discussions and someone mentioned that, but I haven't checked that out firsthand. Apparently no. Has that guy got no pants? No, he's just got flesh-colored pants. Yeah, so if you're going for that architect achievement, you need to have all the store stuff. Actually, no, if you're going for the architect achievement, you may as well go for the don't bother me achievement at the same time, so you don't need a store. Yeah, they look like no pants, right? Yeah, they... Oh. Couldn't zoom into the middle. Right, random quests for bronze rivets that I'm not making. Oh, we can actually sell yeast powder. Flesh-colored exercise leggings, yeah. Flesh-colored tights. Maybe we do want the red currant in there then, actually, because that will be used to produce yeast powder, and I could output both and see like if we get like if we get overstocked on yeast powder, then we'll end up making soap. Who knows how much people will buy. So yeah, maybe I won't modify this actually. Maybe we'll just send the yeast powder into down there as well. Then somehow I have to do a secondary like priority output for the soap. They spawn somewhere and despawn elsewhere. Yeah, they spawn at the doors of these, spawn and despawn at the doors of these buildings. And I think they do actually spawn at ones that you can buy as well. There is an outside of the castle area. I haven't actually seen, I haven't sat here and watched to see if anyone comes in from out there, but you can actually walk out there. There's a whole bunch of space. And you just can't build there, I think. Can you? Be an interesting Easter egg if you could actually find buildable space out here. No. There's nothing out here as far as I know, apart from these tree decorations and the mountain placeholders in the distance. I haven't looked around the sides of the town. Maybe there is an Easter egg around there. I guess let's have a quick look. Time check, 11 p.m. Okay. Time's getting away from me. Time keeps on slipping. Nothing obvious. It'd be fun maybe if you end up, like if you buy all of the land, all of the available land in the town, they just unlock the buildable area for you, so you can just build wherever. I mean, I'm sure as soon as you can mod this game, people are just going to unlock the buildable area, so you can do whatever you want. I think that's flush with that wall back there. I don't see anything. Alchemy sawmill? So, from all this, yeah. I mean, we just buy wood. But yeah, imagine if you buying logs depleted the trees out there and you have to wait for them to regrow. Speaking of which, I don't know. I've got what I need. Yeah, wild tree seeds, 50 gold. A lot. Crash a hole, come on. Put your pants on, would you? Jeez, streaking in my chat. Vertical integration, cut out that middleman. Yeah, that middleman over there. Stinky. From standing at his stall for 167 days. I mean, not that I have a shower. I got soap, but no water. bathe in my potions. Low on vitality potion. I need 3 more to upgrade the belt. Does anyone... I don't suppose anyone knows what's potion belt level 4 needs. At a guess, since that's been potions, it might be the transformation potion, so maybe I should start picking up 100 of these. 100 days of lumber sales, 0 days of soap purchases. Yeah. I think I can do this now. 100. Potion belts. Bam. Yep, it's transformation potion. So yeah, initially I didn't want to bother with the potion belts because there was just sleep time. And then when we hopped into the sandbox earlier, which was for anyone that hasn't seen, there's been an update. They added in a sandbox mode, so you can just play around with all these builds without having to actually do anything. Like build up from there. You can just make blueprints, whatever. So when I saw that everything was unlocked, it was actually like potion belt level 5 gives you 30% sprinting speed increase. So, yep, actually going for the potion belt upgrades instead. And I guess I could just go upstairs and get that more easily. But we're getting them here. And then I assume that the level 5 is going to be growth potions. Hey. I need 120. 108, 113. Oh, this is plenty on the belt. 121. 180. All right, Haltercraft. Bam. Blast. It's actually blast potions, 150 of them. So that's going to be a while. I haven't even unlocked the one before that. So yeah, should probably be aiming for inventory level 5. Although I don't feel pressured for inventory that much. Yeah, let's get soap and yeast. Yeast? Yep. Let's get yeast. No, I wanted them to... I need to figure out how to priority split the soap up here, which... it's going straight back into those grinders. So it might be a bit tricky. Now I've researched the stackable crucible, but that needs rivets. I'm not making them yet. Or I haven't made them yet, so let's do without just for now. Do you have machines to serve a function? No, not yet. I thought about doing that, and that would end up with me making something like a main bus where all of those intermediate things are on a line, but I don't think this game suits that. Gargoyle, hey, checking in. Yeah, so I am doing that with fertilizer and fuel though. Because that's one thing that not only is it common to a lot of buildings, both the fuel and the fertilizer, they can also change over time to better versions of themselves. So I have a fuel line, fertilizer line, and a money line. And so far, that's all you really need to make just about anything. I did make a belt of steel production here, which I don't think is necessary. So I've actually shut a bunch of that off, so it's not idling, burning fuel. But it looks like I might need to turn some of that off, turn some of that on, because I think the gears are being purchased at a rate greater than one of these can make. And Rusty Hawkeye checking in too. So all I did to turn these off was remove the fuel line that's coming in underneath between them. So I do that, connect that back up. Do that. So yeah, like I could have maybe made this thing fuel itself, for example, because it's producing charcoal, but then it would not benefit from later improvements to fuel. Oh, sorry, it's making coke powder here. Yeah. Yeah, so you make a new machine that includes the woodcutter, exactly. Like the table saw, producing just enough for this. Now, that's not usually how I work when it comes to these games. Like Factorio, I tend to go the main bus route, you know? And then when you go up to trains, it's like I'll have a station that's dedicated to taking a bunch of inputs and producing the outputs, that intermediate stage. There'll be a few exceptions to that, mainly when it comes to like oil processing, because that's a bit weird. It's got a bit of a feedback loop going on. And in Satisfactory, I ended up reproducing that main bus setup. So you had like lanes of things that would take, you know, they would be dedicated to a single recipe. So it just took in those inputs and then drove out its output. But this, I think there's enough going on the belts. Like if I were to bring in 20, like, yeah, I don't know. Because a lot of these are actually approaching belt capacity, or some of them are anyway, like especially this part of it. So I think if you went down that route in this game, you might end up with a really busy main bus, and you don't have unlimited space. Don't lend themselves to a bus. Yeah. So you could maybe do it if you dedicated like logistics efficiency without increasing the factory efficiency. Like if you made these multiples of the factory efficiency to stay, like, to kind of emulate the red belt, blue belt, that sort of stuff. But I don't think the game's just designed for that, like intentionally. And though technically you have infinite space going up, a bus like setup like that, really you need, like, unless you can plan it out well in advance, it's best if you have a lot of space in two directions, in two dimensions, any of those, like ZX, XY, Z, you know, ZY, whatever. But if you've only got like infinite space in the Z direction and maybe infinite in the horizontals, but it only opens up a bit more each level. Then you're going to have a lot of difficulty making that sort of system work, I think. The ZX spectrum, yeah. Where are you on the ZX spectrum? About over there. But yeah, Golab, Reikuin, hey, Coke Powder and Gloom Spores sounds like a hell of a weekend, yeah. So, just inhaling the... Oh, wait, not there. There we go. Coke and spores together at last. It's like nuts and gum. And it's a very compact Lego Factory. That's what we call this game, by the way, Lego Factory. All right. Got a congested nose today and bit of a croak, like a strained voice box, strained throat. I wonder if I'm coming down with something. Hopefully not. I got an appointment tomorrow that I don't want to miss. Otherwise, it will cost me money. Yeah, so I just want to... I want to fire this up to make the yeast powder. And if we have spare capacity, then output soap here as a secondary. And I'm just thinking how to do that without disrupting the design too much. Because anyone who wasn't here earlier, this is me. I've copied this out of this monstrosity of art. It's producing my transformation potions at 10 per minute. And this is just the soap section of it up there. So here's where soap comes out. I'm just wondering if I can rejig the machines a bit, since we don't need to align with that output there. But I can't reduce the height of that, or I don't want to. That's where the wine's being produced. Just thinking if I can somehow stack them. No. We should call it the potion production cube. I call it a potion hole. There. Yep. The wine take forever to product anything? Maybe I could fold these back on themselves and put a little... I know you can't do that. You can use them on there, or I could use that, go even higher, but then we're hitting roof limits here. I don't want to go much higher. The wine. I mean, these are pretty quick, unless it's a deliberate typo, is it? Like wine? As I suck the fun out of everything. Have you played Space Trash Scavenger? No, I don't think so. No, it doesn't sound familiar. no stackable things yet. I wonder if I can... No, I don't want to go and make bronze yet. I want to get this underway and just running. Let's see. I do wish that you could kind of hang these conveyor belts off supported areas, like trying to, it's not letting me increase the x-axis on that. I don't know. Anyway, kind of like if I had this next to... Why is that not working? That's weird. But yeah, like if I had this next to one of these and it was connected with something like a belt, then it'd be nice if you could like go out there without needing all the supports underneath. But game no work like that. That won't go in there either. Oh. If there was a way that I could get this conveyor coming up here, and if I was willing to run the what do they call these again? I keep forgetting the names of these stands of supports. Stands. They are stands. Which I think they said they reduced the price of them. Yeah, I think those stands cost 2 and 2 before. Now it's 1 and 1 and 2 and 2. Yeah. For now, your smaller factory is cube build tube. Cube build tube. One side is the main bus, more or less, and whatever I'm left with the resources you gather gets more or less, and whatever I'm left with. The resources I gather get stored on the other side of the tube. Yeah, I'm kind of winging it. I've just kind of run the bus around the edges there, but I kind of want to try making like one major or related set of products per floor. Because I've got like steel there and gears going out there, which I'm not, well, gear's the only thing I'm selling from that, not the steel. So yeah. And then I could have, and probably should, maybe try moving this transformation potion up to the next floor. But floor and ceiling are one in the same space. Well, I like using them. Anyway. No, don't think I can get supports there. Those extractors are... Yeah, they're positioned in a way to get all the output from the nurseries that are needed for this. I guess I really shouldn't care about whether this is ratioed up correctly. But no, we know that soap production is ratioed correctly, and this is ratioed for this, not its own independent output. So this will be, this blender over here will not be running full time, but that's fine. Oh, sorry, you're talking about space trash scavenger for your factory. Sorry, I thought you meant for your smaller factory in here. I'm not familiar with space trash scavenger. Sorry. It's whatever solid part of your base. It's whatever solid part of your base you're walking on. Right. Yep. I think I know what you're talking about. But since I've never seen the game, it's a bit hard to picture. I'm just picturing like scenes in what was it, the TV show of The Expanse, like where they're like big storage dock inside an asteroid. Everything's kind of around you, you know. Every surface is the floor. Yeah, basically. Like, since there's no real ceiling. Yeah. I don't think I can get a priority split out of here without adding some extra footprint, which I'm not totally against. I'm just trying to maybe do it without doing that. Let's just try removing things. That blender's taking wine and the output from that. So you got some potions for us, Unsung? Metal scaffolding. just want to put a roof here so I can see that I'm not exceeding that limit. Ow, ow, ow. Extendable stilts upgrade. Kind of, yeah. I mean, you just build them on top of each other. Mario Galaxy Planetoid Gravity. Yeah, no more. So you fit like one more of those large stands height plus an extra. So I guess I could do it like that, where exactly ceiling height. Well, I can get rid of those now because I know what that height's at. I can't go any higher than this. What setup did I have originally? That blender can now only fit in the middle. Yeah, that'll work. Although I would like to be able to swap those outputs without flipping the input. Which I guess that works. Because I would have just been running a belt. Actually, hang on. No, we need to grind this first, don't we? I was thinking of using the priority splitter to make it easier to access the grinders somehow. But then I was getting confused with the priority output of the soap. Do have a bit of space to work with there. Come on, where my grinders at in my hotbar? I need to fix up my hotbars. There we go. So that's going to get 20 per minute of soap outputs. And just to confirm, these have to be a 2-to-1, right? Yeah, because these will only consume 10 each. Getting stuck all over the place there. Actually, is there a hotkey to actually change the hotbars? Because I keep mouse scrolling, and I keep mouse scrolling the wrong way. So shortcut 1, hotbar, okay, F keys. Okay. Yeah, so there's no priority on that. Actually, there is. I need a priority on that. And I can't go higher, so... Where's the gold output on that top? Yeah, but it's like 50-50 as to whether I scroll in the right direction. So I'm actually tempted to unbind that instead, because I'm not used to mouse like scroll wheel changing of hotbars. But then I'd have to go, oops, F8 to get to my, yeah, I think that's fine. Let's unbind that so I get, I can't even select these. It's fine. So I get used to using the hotbar switches instead of these. Right click. Because I feel like I waste a lot of time. Yeah. Wait, didn't I? Okay, back. This game's trolling me. I guess I'm binding that to some obscure keys or keys that I'm not going to reach for. Okay, so you can't clear the hotbar switching keys. So now it's page up and page down. That worked. That's all I'm going to do. I think I need to do it that way anyway. Yeah, so this is soap. Yes, I can move that earlier. No, I can't. Hang on. Get. We need a magical jetpack, like the hovering stuff in Satisfactory. I can't put anything on the blenders. I can't put a blender up there. That's too tall. I was just hoping to move this along one so I can bring it onto there. Maybe this will work out this way, actually. Yeah, so it's that gold output that I need to grind, but then I need to run this output out like somewhere else, while also getting the soap powder input into there. I mean, there is a variant of this table that has a hole in it. But I don't think I can get any support under there for that. I'm quite likely overthinking things, or just artificially limiting myself when I can just add a little extra footprint on the outside. But the puzzle is fun. Should be a jump height increase item. We'll see how all this goes once you can use a shrink machine. Maybe they'll let you like climb up when you're tiny. Otherwise, it might be difficult to navigate all this stuff if you're really, really small anyway. Just thinking if I could bring the soap down there and grind it there instead, but no. Oh, interesting. These crossway tunnels don't need support. They only need support in the middle. The tunnels don't have that same luxury though. That's interesting. You might be able to just like quick distraction from that, but you could maybe bridge some small gaps with that. Yeah, without support between them. This thing about tiny mode technology. Look at me in game up until 3 a.m. working on my factory, just like in real life. Yeah, because these need splitting off to a grinder pair. It's like that needs to somehow go down to there, which I suppose I could pipe the linseed differently. No, because the extractors down there can't have anything on top of them. At least not with a single tile footprint. I wonder if that's because of the pipe or because of the extractor itself. No. Exactly what you've been doing the last 3 days in spite of better judgment. Yep, Telvius, sorry. I did have a bit of insomnia the other night, so whether that was cause or effect, who knows, but it did happen. So I was up for a while just playing this until I got tired. It's not me. Oh, your own games of Factorio, right? Okay. I thought you were talking about this specifically, but yeah, same deal. Yep. Mustn't forget that I've disconnected this pipe now. Well, as I'm quickly approaching midnight on my ends, I think I'm going to abandon this effort and just add a little extra footprint. Restore that to the way it was. These pipes are nice, but they're a bit finicky sometimes. Or am I adjusting the wrong thing anyway? Might be. Pipe will go where it wishes. Yeah, mind of its own. See, just then. Maybe I very slightly moved after aligning with it the first time. Oh, God damn it. Right, that's fine. Okay, all right. Should I need that there? Ernesto, hey, morning. Or good time zone. Welcome. Yeah, I'm just going to fold this back in on itself, adding the extra footprint for now so I can wrap up. Gold output on the bottom. Yep, right. Up. All the scaffolds around it. All right. I mean, that's identical to that over there now, except for this edition, which I didn't really want to do. But here we are. So I'll remove these scaffolds when I'm sure I don't need them anymore. Where did I put? Oh, these aren't flipped, right? These are mirrored. Wait, that's fertilizer, right? Yeah. This is kind of pointless, but target too close. Of course, it's going to be too close, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. That's fine. That's dumb, but I don't want to remove the hopper to make it different, which would make it different rather. There. And I got a little advanced fertilizer on hand. It's okay. Now this needs fuel as well in there, which I don't have any of that here. let's get rid of the scaffold. That's not too close, right? No. This is dumb. Oh, there. All right. We have plant ash. We have wine. We have soap going out there. And this is all going to be the same setup as over there. So, yeah. We know that blender won't be running full time, but that one will be. So once the yeast starts to back up, then we'll get soap that we can sell. Get rid of these damn scaffolds. And there's yeast. I guess a little bit of buffer there in case I need to come up and yoink some for myself. And then... Alright, so yeah, so those are both solid items, so they just need to be brought down here. So... yeah, we've got a couple of spare ones there. And I might work backwards from this. So these hoppers. No, that's all right. I'll go upstairs instead. Put a mushroom here for now. Hoi. Throwing yeast through the air. It's like open vat fermenting. That's... yeah, I should probably rotate these around. So maybe I'll start the other end of this here, like this. Yeah. Hopper there, hopper there. A little bit of belt. That's silly, but whatever. Yeah, so do I have soap on me? Nope, got a bit of yeast powder in there though. I doubt that this is... Oh, this is actually backed up. This is, we've got 200 transformation potions in there. So yeah, let's steal a bit of soap out there just to have something on the line to work with. Whee! I guess I'll feed these into there. Maybe... no, I'll interleave them over this, because this probably needs to change anyway. That's at the top of that. I guess technically I might end up having some like that. So what if I put them down now just to sort of sketch it out. That might be all like that, so... Now to reach those hoppers over there. There and there. Look at that. That lines up. Could cross them over at the last second just to be confusing. Oh, that's too far. All right. Is that one? No. It's like one tile off. Well. So yeah, they're coming down the other side, but will appear here. Oh no, wait a minute. One of these is for... One of these is for the potions. Look what you did, chat. Come on. Pay attention now. I should have saw the potions on that line. Let's cut that off. We're up here. Yeah. All right. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And there's going to be... Ew, there's going to be yeast on the belt. Sounds gross. Actually, I don't want them there, causing me a confusion. So that's soap. These are the potions. Shame I can't just recolor these without replacing any of them. Can I? No, we can't recolor these at all. I guess I could just put maybe, I don't know, some reminder. You can make signs, can't you? That'll do. Potions only. Silly hats only. Yeah, so soap's going into that one. I guess I'll make yeast go into this one here at the back. Gotta remember that I gotta clear out the line. Whoops. Right. Yeah. Yeah. All right. One more, maybe. Eh. I could swap these around. They'll eventually end up outputting, like, as assuming that people are buying stuff. Like that. That little gap might come in handy. Okay, that's going to go to there. That's going to go to there. All right, so we've got yeast in 2 lines now. All right. So, yeah, soap came out of there completely. I can change that now. Actually, let's... wait. I thought you could sell yeast powder. What did I... Have I been making a yeast powder output this whole time and you can't sell yeast powder? I thought you could. Maybe I looked at here and saw salt and thought it was yeast. That's... I mean, I got my salt output. I mean, I got my soap output. What made me think that? And it would make complete sense that you could sell yeast. No, it's got no value. Wow, I'm a fucking idiot. I got so focused on the act of adjusting a build that I didn't even, I guess, triple check. What was that? Philosopher's Stone. I didn't even... Well then. Actually really tempted to see if I can auto-save from a while back. 1158. No, we're saving. Well, that might help. Because is, will that prevent me from... Okay, that might save me from the putting a bunch of yeast down into a line that I need to clear out. Look at me save scumming. Oh, I have no sign here. And I don't think I changed anything upstairs since then. Potions only. Grumpy face. Yeah, let's see. Before my autosaves cycle back to there. No, so all this is... All right. So that yeast powder output is fucking redundant. I'm gonna... Yeah, which means that the thing that I said right at the start where we didn't need the wine is actually true. So we don't need to grind up that. And we don't need all that. We can just take that. In fact, yeah, we don't need that, right? Or that. Or that. Well, we needed that. So that is thankfully just easily able to be re-added. Yeah, this could be very simplified now that, but I don't want to put too much effort into doing that. In fact, that'll do. Well, now we've got 20 minutes of soap. Soap powder can go away. Yeast powder, yeah, go away, you go away. All right. You can but laugh. Well, it was a kind of fun thought exercise to solve that 3D puzzle, even though I didn't actually do it. It's all a learning. Doing me a learning, and that's the wrong way around. That's the wrong way around again. I am tired. Forbidden cheese. Does actually kind of look like blue vein. little bit. All right, so that's right on the corner. So we're free to catapult here if we want. And that is lining up with there. Yeah, so we don't want that. That's potions only. So let's go for that back there. Again. Need bouncing sounds for this thing. Boing, boing, boing. And for the mushrooms, I suppose. Can't make that. Can't make that. Urgent request for 480 salt. I have a lot of salt right now, but I can't share it. I still like this. How it just appears. All right. So finally, everyone can have their soap without me having to actually do it for them. Shift it around for them. I was accumulating the vitality potions before. I think that was for an upgrade that I've already done though. Yeah, main quest is growth potion, which I'm not anywhere near doing yet. Let's get the blender researched. At least I can start researching this stuff. Black powder. Is that a fuel? Yeah, it's a fuel as well. Heat value 4,500. Brandish a sword at me, sir. Guess that might be the next fuel that we go for, but... to unlock growth potion and black powder. I can't see what that sort of lime green powder is. I guess I might already have it as a ingredient. Is that it? Sulfur powder from sulfur from pyrite. And I think, yeah, pyrite is a raw ingredient, which also produces iron. Which I guess when you're making stuff around that, you might be... So, oh, it's an iron smelter. Okay. You might be wanting to make that iron into iron sand for something. So another soap powder usage there for ethanol to make the impure copper powder that we would need for making bronze. Then the pure would make copper ingots, which would then be used for all these. So 1 ingot makes 300 copper coins, or 1 ingot makes 2 copper bearings, which are 300 copper coins each. Yeah, presumably that's a good. Yeah, it's a good you can sell. Oh, I see. You can sell the black powder, but you can't sell the yeast. This must be America. Well, this is our growth potion unlocked. Chamomile powder, clay powder, brine. I'm not making any of those. Oh, I guess clay powder. That's pretty easy. Brine, though. Yeah, so salt. Salt in an extractor to make brine, and then... yeah, charcoal powder, quicklime, ethanol, salt and sand. Or rock salt. I'm guessing there's some process that uses salts that might have a relation to charcoal using craft. No, not yet. So quicklime it's not a byproduct of anything, it's just from stone. Just caught a sneeze. Interesting. Yeah, things are getting complex and complex and complex. Yeah, so how many uses does soap powder have? Seems like one that's got a few unexpected uses. Sand, soap powder. Yeah, so it has 1 undiscovered use so far. So yeast powder, of course, but also the copper powder and 1 more. So the setup that I have up here for making soap is this can be compressed, but as it is ratio correct for its output, at least, because a blender will only do 20 a minute. So yeah, it's probably not worth trying to make a priority split off that. May as well just have something that makes that soap powder somewhere. Whatever. Anyway, the linseed oil. these nurseries are not running efficiently, but the sage one is. Right. Yeah, because that's running at 60 a minute, and at 60 a minute output's being used entirely, I think, in making of the soap. Yep. So the only thing that's a little bit off here is the flax nurseries, which are, I mean, given how easy it is to pipe fluids around, like I wonder if there's limitations to fluid throughput. There probably is. But that might be something that you can put on a belt, you know, like the bus or whatever, especially because pipes don't need supports, so you can just fucking run them along the ceiling or something and have somewhere where you're producing like linseed oil and all any other liquids. Are they in here? Yeah, linseed oil and wine, maybe brine, and then you just pipe that off where you need it. There are, it's like flasks here. I'm not really sure what these are meant to be for, apart from maybe decoration. Just pipeline information. Hang on. Yeah. At least there doesn't seem to be any indicator that's anything like pressure. Like you have to deal with pressure, liquid pressure in Satisfactory. There might just be capacity, like, because there's apparently a capacity limit inside each like tile of belts, maybe at 2.7 liters, then there might be a like a propagation speed, meaning that there's a throughput capacity. So if I like clear that out, or is that the whole pipeline, I wonder? Okay, no, I think it's, everything. I think it's just it's not like the individual thingo, the individual tiles content. That's not 2.7 liters there. This whole thing is 2.7 liters. Wormuncher, off to work. Yeah, have a good one. Yeah, I need to wrap up. I should be wrapping up. I've actually got an appointment in the morning. So input that. Does that increase that? I guess we won't tell unless I stop this from working or something. Do these have collision? Yeah, they do. You could use these to make a walkway or something. Pipe ladder or something. But I'm guessing you can't place things on top of them. No. Wouldn't that just be interesting if you could? Anyway. Oh yeah, so there we go. So I isolated a bit of linseed oil in this floating pipe, which is 100 mil. So I guess each pipe is 100 mil capacity then. 200 mil. Yep, okay. So when you click on a pipe, I mean, it says as much by pipeline information, you know, but because it doesn't expressly call it out, that's the entire connection. Yeah. Might be interesting to try having a like central liquid production for this sort of thing. So instead of bringing, you'd still need fertilizer here for this, but you'd only need it for the sage because you'd burn the sage here. But you'd bring you'd bring the fruit wine, and oh, game's getting laggy. Weird. You bring the fruit wine and the linseed oil in over the pipe instead, just because it might be very easy to do that. And then you just have an area that mass produces that. Actually kind of want to do that just to see pipes running all over the place. It's a shame that pipes aren't like colored based on their contents. I guess we might get something like that eventually, like little like inspection holes. I guess nothing's stopping you from just coming up and going, oh, what's that? I wonder if what does the game say when you try and connect two pipes of different liquids? Does it even let you? It does. Oh shit, you can mix them. I wonder how that works. I wonder if that's actually, like, did I break stuff, or is that, like, transporting to them? Not enough space in its output. Not enough space in its output. Yeah, because this is all backed up. Yeah, I'll unblock you. Maybe you only need one pipe to transport like fucking every liquid. I'm sure it's not as easy as that. I can't even test that over there. Can I undo that? Let's just undo that. I'll come back to that. That might be some forbidden knowledge. Or maybe maybe the machines are just able to filter the liquid they need out of the pipe. Or maybe they just haven't gotten around to implementing that stuff yet. But the fact, I don't know, the fact that you can even has a display for multiple liquids in the same pipe means that maybe it's intended. Maybe this stuff at higher levels that actually has that as a requirement, like one pipe input, two liquids.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. That's not right. That's right. Okay. No linseed oil in there. No fruit wine in there. Maybe they take up a share of the pipe's capacity. So over long distances, that's probably not recommended. But maybe, yeah. So I was going to save there, and we'll call it at that. But mainly save so that I can come back to that, and I'll just try deleting one of these pipes and combining them. Just let it run and see if it just keeps going when you don't need a huge capacity. Like, can they just share one pipe? Apparently, it seems like they might be able to. All right. So that's outputting soap. Okay, right. Whoops. Have my mouse back, please. Can't do that. Can't do that. Yep. I'll put those potions elsewhere. Anyway. All right. We have a quick look around. Anyone I'm following playing this? Nope. Do. I'm on late. I think we go over there. Okay. We'll make it quick because it's late here. I'm on later than I should be, so. But thanks for being here, everyone. Just close out of the game. Go there. Let's stick around. I'll raid you out into somebody neat. Yeah, crash a hole. Thanks. All right. But yeah, thanks Nietzsche for the raid. Thanks Lilu. Sorry, Luli Live. Thanks Prios Fox for the raid as well. Saucy Sorcerer for the bits. Paco for the resub. 6-5 for the resub. And you all for being here. Chatters and lurkers alike. VOD Watchers 2. Spooky Prios Fox. Yeah. Right. Next. Let's get a raid going, shall we? So the lair's closing for the night. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But I know where else we can go, which is Dolly the Dinosaur. There we go. Telvius, Papa Links. Cheers. Yeah, so Dolly's great and chill. She's currently playing RimWorld. Mods with dinosaurs, apparently. So there you go. Maybe RimWorld with dinosaurs. I'm going to raid and run, and here's a raid message. I'm basically going to paste that and say I gotta go. So yeah, next stream from me. What's tomorrow? Thursday. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. This game has its hooks into me, but I do enjoy just mucking around off stream with it occasionally instead of streaming it back to back to back, because I feel like I make some nice sort of thinking progress in between instead of trying to stream it all. So maybe I'll take a break from that tomorrow and come back to it Friday and do like a long stream if I'm not doing anything else. But yeah, I think I'll just click that button and raid us on out. So yeah, thanks for being here again. Come over, say hello to Dolly. Anything else? No, that's it. Right. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you around Twitch.